Ça,
c'est le Rubio.
Rubio.
Voilà. Je te mets peut-être un post-it sur le
Non, ça va aller.
d'accord.
Rubio, ça c'est
AID.
Dalemule.
Voilà.
Ça c'est ça. Et ensuite
Exact.
je mets Arditi.
Arditi, c'est en dernier.
Arditi c'est en dernier,
Voilà.
donc je vais mettre.
J'ai pas fermé les enveloppes par contre.
Non, c'est bien.
C'est pas grave.
Non, c'est mieux. Et du coup, voilà.
Nickel. How do you feel?
J'ai décidé de faire dans mes tournois à retraite.
C'est vrai.
Ouais.
Comment c'était le Japon?
Ah, c'était génial. Peut-être on nous entend.
Bienvenue à toutes et à tous. Welcome to all. I will say a few words in French because this is a bilingual institution. You can hear. Et j'aimerais vous dire à quel point nous sommes heureux de vous accueillir aujourd'hui pour cette cérémonie des diplômes 2016. C'est toujours un moment d'intense satisfaction que d'arriver à ce jour pour nous tous. Et bien sûr, en premier lieu pour les étudiants qui reçoivent aujourd'hui la récompense de 2 années de travail exigeant dans le cadre de programmes d'études qui ont l'ambition de rester stricts et rigoureux et qui ont l'ambition toujours de vous offrir les meilleures chances professionnelles. Après 2 ans de travail je pense, astreignant et peut-être de quelques plaisirs de découverte. Je ne suis pas sûr que la fondue donne à la fois de la découverte et du plaisir, mais vous aurez au moins pratiqué un peu la diversité du monde. J'aimerais vous féliciter tous, étudiants, pour votre réussite, pour tout ce que vous nous avez apporté à notre vie intellectuelle, parce que vous enrichissez nos professeurs par vos travaux, par votre questionnement, par vos critiques. Et j'aimerais vraiment vous souhaiter une très belle vie professionnelle, mais nous y reviendrons tout à l'heure. J'aimerais également profiter de l'occasion pour remercier le directeur des études, Gilles Carbonnier, les professeurs, tous ceux qui sont ici et tous ceux que vous verrez à la réception tout à l'heure, les malins. Et j'aimerais remercier l'administration de l'Institut qui vous ont collectivement aidé, je dirais, à vous soulever au-dessus de vous-même parce qu'ils vous ont apporté, je crois, un encadrement, des stimulations et des conseils qui portent aujourd'hui leurs fruits tout autant que vos efforts personnels. J'aimerais vous présenter maintenant notre maître de cérémonie, venez, Alessandra Gossens, qui va rythmer toute la cérémonie de remise des diplômes. Alexandra Gossens est une étudiante de 4e année de doctorat en droit international et c'est la deuxième année qu'elle officie comme maître de cérémonie et vous verrez quelle parfaite hôtesse elle est. Et je passe la parole à présent à Gilles Carbonnier, le directeur des études. Merci.
Dear students, dear parents, dear family members, dear colleagues and dear friends. As Director of Studies, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this 2016 graduation ceremony. It's also my pleasure to congratulate our bright students on the successful completion on your disciplinary masters and your PhD programs. This year again, over 90% of our students succeeded in completing their studies on time, and we welcome that. While the Institute is quite selective in admitting new incoming students, thereafter the success rate is very high indeed, and this is very rejoicing. Let me say a few words about the master thesis, since most of you have spent the last semester working on that master's thesis, for many of you outside of Geneva. This year, the average grade overall is impressive. It's about 5.25. There are, of course, variations between individual master programs, but averages for each and every master program is above 5. Turning now to student mobility, 59 of you were able to benefit from our exchange programs with a dense web of academic partners around the globe, spending at least one semester in another partner institution. By the same token, these exchange students, you contributed to enhancing the outreach and reputation of the Graduate Institute internationally. Dear students, this graduation ceremony is a time to celebrate success and to rejoice, but not only. It is also a time to think about the future, to commit, to engage. In a world which is, as we all know, ever more interconnected, but also increasingly polarized and fragmented, you are part of a generation of young professionals who have to embrace diversity, deal with complexity, and continuously adapt to rapid mutations. This requires an ability to combine disciplinary excellence with the capacity to analyze and act on the social reality in all its complexity. This, in turn, requires an ability for multidisciplinary and cross-sector dialogue and engagement. We at the Graduate Institute of International Development Studies very much hope that we have contributed to equipping you with the tools, methods, knowledge to face the challenges that lie ahead of you. Our ambition was and remains to prepare our students for policy-relevant work in very diverse settings. A recent study shows that since 2008, more than 90% of our students have found a job at least within the 4 months that followed graduation. 37% of them have joined the public sector, half of whom international organizations. 31% of them have joined the non-profit sector, mainly NGOs and think tanks. The next most popular employer is the business sector, with 22% of our young graduates joining notably multinational companies and consultancy firms. Last and not least, about 10% of your forerunners remained in academia, enrolling in a PhD program or conducting research in another academic institution. Dear students, the graduation ceremony is indeed a time to celebrate, reflect, and commit. But not only. It is also a time to thank. Let me first express our gratitude to you. You have shown a remarkable commitment throughout your studies, bringing great dynamism and nurturing the Institute's life over the past years. You've also displayed much solidarity towards each other, and time and again I heard you saying that building relationship and friendship with other students from a very diverse range of origins and walks of life has been part of a very enriching stay here at the Graduate Institute. I wish now also to thank your parents and relatives who have supported you, who have entrusted the Graduate Institute with a key educational mission while enduring your absence, very often a very long, long way from home. And I must say that looking at a number of master theses and PhD dissertations, in the acknowledgements we see time and again the importance for students of the backing and support of their loved ones, their families, and their parents. So a big thank you. Today you turn from students to alumni of the Graduate Institute. It is my pleasure to welcome you in our alumni network. The Graduate Institute is and remains your home. We look forward to further exchanges not only in the years but in the decades ahead. I wish you every success for your future professional careers. Best of luck, and now I turn back to our Master of Ceremony, Alexandra Gossens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2016 graduation ceremony. Congratulations to really every one of you. And Professor Carbonnier already mentioned, but I think we wouldn't be here without the support of our families and friends. So I really would like to have a second round of applause for all the families and friends who have been supporting throughout our studies. Thank you very, very much. As it is the tradition in this institute, which is a bilingual institute, the ceremony will be held both in French and English. Donc félicitations et bienvenue à tous. Nous aimerions vraiment adresser aussi nos chaleureuses salutations à tous les étudiants qui n'ont pas pu être présents physiquement aujourd'hui, ainsi qu'à leurs familles. Donc félicitations à eux également. Nous allons maintenant commencer la cérémonie par la remise des titres de doctorat. Let us now proceed to the PhD graduation ceremony. So for the ceremony, you will be receiving your diploma and then have the opportunity to take a picture, and then you can go back to your seat. So we start with Mr. Wolfgang Alschner from Germany, PhD in International Law, for a thesis entitled State-Driven Change in International Investment Law and Its Uncertain Impact on Investor-State Arbitration, an Empirical Big Data Analysis, under the supervision of Professor Jus Paulin. Congratulations! Congratulations! Miss Mary Angin from Turkey, for a thesis, a PhD in International Studies, specialization in political science, for a thesis entitled A Two-Level Principal Agent Model of IMF Program Design, the Turkish Case, under the supervision of Professor Cédric Dupont and Charles V. Ploche. Congratulations! Congratulations. Mr. Ugo Cedangolo from Italy, PhD in International Studies, specialization in international law, for a thesis entitled Child Victims, Witnesses and Offenders in International Justice, under the supervision of Professor Andrew Clapham. Congratulations. Congratulations. Mr. Emanuele Dalemule from Italy, PhD in International Studies, specialization in International History and Politics, for a thesis entitled The Nationalism of the Rich, Discourses and Strategies of Separatist Parties in Catalonia, Flanders, Scotland, and Padania, under the supervision of Professor André Libiche. Congratulations. Congratulations. Madame Emna Aynafer de Tunisie, docteur en études internationales, spécialisation en droit international, pour une thèse intitulée La nouvelle définition du crime d'agression dans le statut de Rome, analyse, enjeux et perspectives de poursuite par la Cour pénale internationale sous la direction du professeur Vincent Chetaille. Félicitations. Congratulations. Mr. Adil Hassan Khan from India, PhD in International Studies, specialization in international law with a minor in anthropology and sociology of development, for a thesis entitled Inheriting Persona, narrating the conduct of third world international lawyers under the supervision of Professor Andrea Bianchi and Isabel Schulte-Tenkoff. Congratulations. And is that here? So next, Ms. Farah Samir Awana from the United States and Syria for a PhD in International Studies, specialization in political science, for a thesis entitled The Historical Transformation of Military Society Relations and Legitimacy Within the 1952 Regime, Implications in Light of the 2011 Egyptian Uprising, under the supervision of Professor Keith Krauss and Ricardo Bocco. Congratulations. Congratulations. Mr. Luca Pasquet from Italy, PhD in International Studies, specialization in international law, for a thesis entitled The Jurisdictional Immunities of International Organizations and the Right to a Court in Tension between conflicting legal rationalities and network coordination, under the supervision of Professor Andrea Bianchi. Congratulations. Congratulations. Miss Valentina Rollo from Italy, PhD in International Economics, for a thesis entitled Three Determinants of Economic Development, Market Access, Pricing to Market, and Inclusive Innovation, under the supervision of Professor Richard Baldwin. Congratulations. Madame Géraldine Ruiz, de France, docteur en études internationales, spécialisation en droit international, pour une thèse intitulée Les droits de la personne réfugiée au sein de l'Union européenne, complémentarité et synergie des régimes en droit international et européen, sous la direction du professeur Vincent Chetaille. Félicitations. Ms. Claudia Elena Salgado Levy from Ecuador, PhD in International Studies, specialization in international law, for a thesis entitled The Interpretative Practice of International Investment Arbitral Tribunals, under the supervision of Professor Jean-Michel Jacquet. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ms. Evelyn Tauschnitz from Switzerland, PhD in International Studies, specialization in political science, for a thesis entitled When States Use Lethal Force Against Their Own Citizens, Human Life Protection Norms on a Crossroad, under the supervision of Professor Keith Krause and Walter Kelling. Congratulations. Congratulations. Miss Ankai Zhu from China, PhD in International Studies, specialization in International Economics, for a thesis entitled 3 Essays on Trade and the Environment under the supervision of Professor Richard Baldwin. Congratulations. And last but not least, Ms. Ezgi Yildiz from Turkey, PhD in International Relations and Political Science with a minor in International Law, for a thesis entitled A Court with Many Faces, Institutional Identities and Interpretative Preferences, the case of the European Court of Human Rights and the norm against torture, under the supervision of Professor Keith Krause and Andrea Bianchi. Congratulations. Félicitations à tous. Cette année, l'Institut a remis 45 diplômes de doctorat. Donc, il y a 45 nouveaux docteurs. Tous ne pouvaient pas être présents aujourd'hui. Mais félicitations à chacun et chacune d'entre vous. Félicitations. We are now going to proceed to une remise de prix, donc le prix Pierre Dubois, et nous accueillons pour cela le professeur David Rodogno qui va remettre le prix.
Bonjour. Le prix Pierre Dubois récompense chaque année la meilleure thèse de doctorat en histoire internationale. Ce prix porte le nom d'un professeur d'histoire qui a enseigné pendant de nombreuses années à l'Institut et qui est prématurément décédé en 2007. Il a été remis pour la première fois en 2008 et cette année, le prix est attribué à M. Emmanuel Dallemoule pour sa thèse de doctorat en histoire et politique internationale intitulée The Nationalism, the Rich Discourses and Strategies of Separatist Parties in Catalonia, Flanders, Scotland and Padania. Emmanuel.
Félicitations. Nous allons maintenant passer à la remise du prix de l'Association des anciens de l'Institut. Et pour cela, je demande au professeur Andrea Bianchi de nous rejoindre sur scène pour remettre ce prix.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor and the pleasure to present the prize of the Alumni Association. The prize of the Alumni Association is attributed each year by departments on a rotating basis, and this year it was the International Law Department's turn. And the International Law Department has designated 2 winners, and I had made a little note, but I think the name as well as the title of the thesis of the winners is much more conspicuous. May I congratulate then Dolores Ventolilla and Wolfgang Aschner, respectively authors of a thesis, long titles of PhD thesis, The Graded Institute, arbitrators as lawmakers, the creation of general rules through consistent arbitral decision-making in international commercial and investment arbitration. And then Mr. Aschner's, Dr. Aschner's thesis on state-driven change in international investment law and its uncertain impact on investor-state arbitration and empirical big data analysis. Congratulations to you both.
Congratulations. So many congratulations to all of you. And we will now proceed to the Disciplinary Master's graduation ceremony. So we will now start the graduation ceremony, the conferral of diplomas, and just for a logistical note, for the students who will receive the diploma, you can come once you hear your name, then stay for the picture, and then once the picture has been taken, you can just go back through the back of the auditorium, back to your seat. Yeah, it's better that now you're really aware. So we will start now, and we will start by the Department of Anthropology and Sociology of Development. Et pour cela, je vais demander au professeur Alessandro Monsuti de nous rejoindre sur scène pour remettre les diplômes.
Oui, vous pouvez avancer un petit peu. Anuka Kandahar Batija. Cynthia Sarah Carvajal de la Barra. Gulam Abbas Daya. Annelise Erisman. Giorgio Federico Garbetta. Erin Rachel Hackett. Arunima Kanduri. Soyoung Kim. Shreya Kochar. Marion Provenchel-Langlois. Luis Enrique Raiz Diaz Contiguiba.
Félicitations à tous les étudiants du Master en Anthropologie et Sociologie du Développement. Félicitations! Nous allons maintenant procéder à la remise des diplômes des étudiants en master en droit international. Et pour cela, je demande au professeur Andrea Bianchi de nous rejoindre sur scène. International Law.
Stefan Johann Martin Berger. Emilia Veronica Carrasco Castro. Francesco Corradini. Alfredo Carlos Ricardo Crosato Neumann. Mirko Di Benedetto. Erwin Durmaz. Fernanda Maria Ferrero Coelho. Chloé Niki Anaïs Alicia Honendijk. Alexandre Guille. Marie Kinast. Maria Cristina Montefusco. Vera Piovesan. Juliette Prat. Jade Ann Roberts. Aliki Zamerzi. Benjamin Edward Shea. Raissa Urquiza Ribeiro Baracho. Aditi Sarah Verghese. Maggie Lucette Favard. Yongji Zheng.
Congratulations to all the students of the Masters in International Law. Congratulations. Nous allons maintenant procéder à la remise des diplômes des étudiants de master en économie internationale. Et j'appelle pour cela le professeur Richard Baldwin pour nous rejoindre sur scène pour remettre les diplômes.
Eduardo Chiarotti. Davide Cicero. Michael Thomas Gramlich. Nene Ipechukwu. Lal Ratpuri. Tian Lin. Thibaut Joseph Smerco. Irina Tisakova. Tran Tu.
Congratulations to all the students of the Masters in International Economics. Congratulations! Nous allons maintenant remettre les diplômes aux étudiants du Master d'Histoire internationale et j'appelle pour cela le professeur Davide Rodogno.
Damilola Adewumi Adebayo. Holly Rose Ashford. Kaspar Johannes Wienek. Irina Dubois. Thomas Kidney. Eva Ariane Kocher. Christian Marinkovic. Noah Uri. Javier Rodriguez. Alexander Snow. Julian Anthony Teixeira. Angelos Ypsilantis.
Congratulations to all the students of the Masters of International History. Congratulations again. Merci. Nous allons maintenant procéder à la remise des diplômes de master en relations internationales et sciences politiques. Et pour cela, je demande au professeur Ravi Bhavnani de nous rejoindre sur scène pour remettre les diplômes. Félicitations.
Torge Pande Braten. Jana Daneva. Kristina Duric. Annie Gabrielian. Gipem Han. Brent Hardy. Miguel Iglesias Lopez. Mehak Kapoor. Rushta Abad Khan. Isabel Knobel. Eleonora La Spada. Suchata Mitra. Efraín del Campo Palamunos. Ayushi Pavatnani. And Christine Patricia Pelican.
Congratulations to all the students of International Relations and Political Science, and indeed, congratulations to all the disciplinary master students. Congratulations again. Nous allons maintenant remettre un prix, le prix Mariano Garcia Rubio, Et j'invite le professeur Andrea Bianchi qui va procéder à la remise de ce prix.
The Mariano Garcia Rubio Prize is awarded annually by the International Law Department to the best master's dissertation in international law. And the prize was set up to honor the memory of the bright PhD and teaching assistant of the international law section, as it was then called, whose life was taken away from him too prematurely by an horrible disease. So this is a way to have his memory live on. This time you don't see the name of the winner on display because we at the International Law Department like it to keep it confidential until the end, to increase the suspense, so students don't know it. I hope so at least. So the winner is... The winner is Alfredo Cruzato Neumann. Don't you want to know what he wrote? He wrote a master's dissertation entitled De facto Control of Territory in International Law, a study into the rights and obligations of states in disputed territories, supervised by Professor Marcelo Cohen. Congratulations, Alfredo.
Congratulations to all of you. Before giving the floor to the next speakers, I would like to take once again this opportunity to congratulate you all and your families. Félicitations! And I would like to take this opportunity to really always encourage us to ask ourselves, for what purpose are we studying? We are studying so that we can provide, yeah, that's it, that is a very good question, right? So we are studying, I think, so that we can provide meaningful contribution to this world that is facing many challenges. And I would like to end with a quote from Daisaku Ikeda, a great Buddhist philosopher who said, "No matter how complex global challenges may seem, we must remember that it is we ourselves who have given rise to them. It is therefore impossible that they are beyond our power as human beings to resolve. Returning to our humanity, reforming and opening up to the inner capacities of our lives can enable reform and empowerment on a global scale." On that, I would like to conclude and give the floor now to the president of the Student Association, the GISA, André Dosres, for some words, and we'll give then the floor to next speakers. Thank you very much.
I think I'm a bit nervous, but we'll be fine. I have the difficult mission to talk just in 3 minutes. For a Brazilian, it's very difficult, I would say. My speech will probably be shorter than most of the PGT's titles. But let's start it. So, the last year I served as president of GISA, I served you dealing with administration. And was not easy, it was a difficult task. And I think I came to realize, learning from you particularly, that an important conclusion is that I think that you must hold this kind of attitude towards our life in the future. And that you have to keep an attitude that's critical but positive. Critical because it's our duty, and I think it's why we study, to challenge the relation of power, to challenge where is injustice, to denaturalize what's naturalized unfair. I think that's our duty. Everywhere you are heading in the future, make no mistake, there will be unfairness. There will be things that are not right. They can be the democratic governance of the institution, can be anything. And it's our duty to make it change, to try to ask why that happens, how it happens, and how I can make it a change. But be positive. Why positive? Because life is tough. That's true. You work every day, you go every day to work, and nothing seems to change. You're going to talks every single week with the administration or with everything, and nothing seems to change. And then you start to think about yourself and say, why I do that? Why I do that to myself? But that's the meaning of working hard for something you believe in, is to see that maybe not now, maybe not in a few days, maybe in just months, maybe in years, or maybe in a lifetime, maybe just your son or your daughter, you see some difference. But I think it's why we, in the first place, enroll to study in this place, that we want to make just a small difference. You're not here to save the world. You are here to make just a small difference in your village, in your city, in your country, in the small institution, a big institution. I think that's the important message I would like to give you today, because have a critical attitude makes you work right, but be positive makes you keep working. And that's the important mission. I would like, at now my final remarks, because there's 3 minutes, to thank you all for being with me these 2 years. I saw you coming here, I saw you develop, I saw you come with bright ideas, develop amazing projects. I am really happy to live with you these 2 years, and I'm kind of sad to see you leaving. But that's life. I think all of us become a small family now, with different faces, different religions, talk with each other from different across regions. But it's nice. I think you have somebody to meet every single trip you make, and that's all. Thank you very much for you being amazing as you are.
Un grand merci au président du GISA qui s'est dévoué pendant les 2 dernières années avec tout le comité de l'association des étudiants. C'est pour nous un partenaire très important pour améliorer ce qui doit être amélioré et pour continuer ce qui marche bien. Donc merci André. J'aimerais passer la parole maintenant à une représentante de l'Association des anciens étudiants de l'Institut. Frédéric Santerre, du comité de l'Association des étudiants, a été retenu par une alerte à la bombe apparemment à l'aéroport de Londres. Et je suis très heureux que nous puissions compter à la dernière minute sur Emmanuel Werner Gillot, qui travaille dans l'ONG Friends International et qui a bien voulu accepter de dire quelques mots au nom de l'Association des anciens. Merci.
Bonjour. Tout ça est effectivement très de dernière minute. Alors j'espère que vous ne m'en voudrez pas si... on va voir comment ça se passe. I wrote this speech in English because I thought it would be better this way. So, dear graduates, and as of this afternoon, alumni of the Graduate Institute, I'm very pleased to be here today. I'm an old alumni. I graduated in 2000. And I have to say that at the time, we were invited to come to Villa Barton, nearby the lake, and to check if our name was on the list. And then there was an aperitif, an apéro for the happy ones on the spot. And that was it. So this ceremony is absolutely amazing. And I'm very happy to be here today. From my time, I would like to say that I think a lot of things have changed with the Graduate Institute. new buildings, new programs, new energy. But the spirit of HEI, as I like to call it, has remained the same, and it's really a window wide open on the world. So if you allow me, I would like just to tell you a few words about my personal trajectory, my personal journey, and the role that the Graduate Institute has played along the way. So back in 2000, I had my diploma in my pocket. And I had millions of ideas in my head, and I headed to Guatemala to work with street kids as a volunteer. It was child protection has always been very close to my heart, and it was my first experience in the field. So, of course, it gave me incredible insights that are still very useful for me in my work today. So when I came back, I stayed for almost 2 years in Guatemala, and when I came back to Geneva, I called Karine. Where is she? I called Karine Le Bonvin, and I said, Karine, I need a job. There she is. Karine, I need a job. So Karine, and you'll see that Karine has played some, and the Graduate Institute have played important roles in my life. Karine told me, I'm going to put you in touch with someone who was at the time launching the Geneva office of Human Rights Watch, one of the leading human rights NGOs. And this person, who's called Lubna Frey, was just on her own, and she needed someone to help her properly launch the office, and the goal of the office was mainly to do advocacy at the UN. So it started as a two-people's office, and as it's now a major actor in Geneva in the fields of human rights. So launching the office and being part of this journey was really something that was quite an experience. Human Rights Watch is also very close to my heart because this is where I met my husband, who at the time was a Graduate Institute, was a student of the Graduate Institute. And Karine, again, called me and she said, Emmanuel, can you present at the Careers Forum Connection? So I went there and I presented about, Human Rights Watch. And Sebastian came to me at the end of my presentation and handed me over his resume because he wanted to do an internship with us. So he got the internship, and I promised I was not interested at the time. He got the internship, and we were such a small team at the time, at some point, and he was very involved in work at advocacy work at the UN. At some point, the director left, and he became my director ad interim, and that's when I decided I should marry him. So we got married, and after 5 years of working together for Human Rights Watch, Sebastian and I were really keen to hit the road and work abroad. So we sent a few applications, but not much. Didn't get answers, and we decided to go without a job to Cambodia, with our baby son under one arm and our dog under the other arm. We headed to Cambodia. In Cambodia, I joined Friends International, which is an amazing social enterprise, which is working with vulnerable children and youth, their families and communities. And what's so interesting about this organization is that it is replacing the traditional model of charity, the charity model, by a new model that combines the best of the NGO world, the social work, and the best of the business world. So, of course, I learned a lot. There. We stayed 2 years in Cambodia, and then we took off for Beijing because Sebastian got a job at the Swiss Embassy in Beijing as a human rights advisor. And first, I was not really keen to go to China. I was not very enthusiastic about it because China for me meant the big unknown. It was too alien. It was too different. But at the same time, during my studies at the Graduate Institute, I had taken the class of Professor Xiang on... Why are you laughing? I don't know why. On contemporary history of China. And I think this was my favorite class because I remember him telling us about his personal experiences and about his time in labor camps during the Cultural Revolution and other personal experiences. Sorry, I'm just going to drink a bit of water. So the teaching I got from Professor Xiang and the things I got from the Graduate Institute were really with me at the time, and this was really an incredible introduction to this country and its people, and it really allowed me to live an experience with hunger for learning and a desire to take with me as much as possible. Eventually, I loved China, I loved our time there, and I even wrote a book about it that was published last year. So we spent 3 years in China, and we had our second child there, our made in China baby, and came back to Geneva in 2013. So this time I didn't call Karine. I decided I was old enough to try to find my way without her. And I opened the Swiss office of Friends International, the social enterprise I was working in Cambodia. So it started as a one-woman show in 2014, and I was able to hire a full-time staff in March. And as it seems that everything gets me back to the Graduate Institute, my colleague was at the exact same place as you are a year ago. She's coming from this house. And Sebastian is now working at the High Commissioner of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights now. So I'm going to finish here. I just want to say that you are now embarking on a fascinating journey with the best diploma, a diploma that allows you to go from one sector to another. I just want to say, be curious, be thirsty, take risks, don't be afraid to fall. And make mistakes. This is all part of your journey. Be confident that eventually everything is going to fall into place, and be humble too. Our journey with Sebastian has not been a quiet ride. It has been quite bumpy and rocky at times, but we loved every moment of it, and I hope you love your journey as well. Thank you.
Voilà, j'aimerais terminer cette cérémonie en remerciant notre maître de cérémonie. Un grand applaudissement pour Alexandra Gessens. Je pense que c'est une belle illustration du fait que, au-delà ou en même temps que des études, vous pouvez ici développer des compétences. Un certain nombre d'entre vous l'ont fait et le font. Et je crois que c'est également une des richesses que nous pouvons faire croître ensemble. J'aimerais vous convier maintenant à un verre dans la maison des étudiants qui se trouve de l'autre côté de la voie ferrée. Je pense que suffisamment de personnes pourront vous montrer le chemin. J'aimerais tous vous remercier pour avoir participé à cette cérémonie et dire toutes mes félicitations, encore une fois, à nos étudiants qui sont devenus, en ce moment, nos anciens étudiants. Merci beaucoup. Bravo.
There's the line. Ja. Kollege aus dem Programm. Komm, meine Mama. Komm.
Ja? Pazienza!
Cosa? Che cosa? Diploma? Ah sì sì. Manca quell'altro della 3. parler avant. Ouais.
bienvenue à toutes et à tous. Welcome to all. I will speak in French because this is the langue de l'indigène. J'aimerais vous souhaiter vraiment une très cordiale bienvenue à cette cérémonie de remise des diplômes 2016. C'est un très grand plaisir, c'est un grand honneur aussi de vous voir si nombreux pour la distribution des diplômes de master interdisciplinaire. J'aimerais d'abord commencer par féliciter nos nouveaux diplômés en leur disant quel prix nous attachons à leur réussite au terme de 2 années de travail astreignant et je pense d'un certain nombre de difficultés puisque nous voulons garder nos programmes d'études rigoureux pour que votre diplôme gagne en valeur avec le temps. Mais je suis sûr également que vous aurez connu pendant ces 2 années des grands moments de découverte et de plaisir, pas forcément avec la fondue, parce qu'on peut avoir la découverte, mais le plaisir ou l'inverse vient après. Et j'aimerais également remercier très chaleureusement, en notre nom à tous, le directeur des études, Gilles Carbonnier, le professeur Damien Neven, responsable des masters interdisciplinaires, et tout le service des étudiants et toute l'administration qui vous ont accompagné pendant ces 2 ans et qui vous ont aidé, je crois, avec efficacité à vous soulever au-dessus de vous-même, à vous élever au-dessus de vous-même, de la même façon que vous leur aurez apporté beaucoup de motifs de réjouissance et d'enrichissement. J'aimerais vous présenter également à l'orée de cette cérémonie quelqu'un qui va jouer un rôle très important pendant son déroulement, qui est Alexandra Gossens, que j'aimerais vous présenter, et qui est une étudiante de doctorat en droit international, une doctorante de 4e année de droit international, et qui sera notre maître de cérémonie. Donc, bienvenue Alexandra. Nous allons ouvrir cette cérémonie en remettant 2 diplômes un peu particuliers, puisqu'ils font partie d'un accord avec la Harvard Kennedy School qui porte sur un double diplôme. Il s'agit de 2 étudiants qui ont été admis simultanément à la Kennedy School et à l'Institut, qui ont passé 1 an à Genève, puis 1 an à Cambridge, à Harvard, et qui aujourd'hui reçoivent simultanément leurs 2 diplômes. Le diplôme à la Kennedy School, ils l'ont reçu, et ils reçoivent aujourd'hui le diplôme de l'Institut. Ce programme de double master, quand même formidable d'obtenir 2 masters en 2 ans, a été rendu possible grâce au Conseil et au soutien de M. Pierre Keller, que j'aimerais remercier très vivement en son absence. Alors je vous prie, mesdames, de bien vouloir venir sur scène. On va le faire. Peut-être annoncer votre nom, Madame Ashline Gadjili, de l'île Maurice. Félicitations. Madame Zanetti, d'Australie. Et j'aimerais maintenant passer la parole au directeur des études, Gilles Carbonnier.
Dear students, dear parents, dear relatives, dear friends, It's my great pleasure to welcome you at our 2016 graduation ceremony. And it's also a huge pleasure to congratulate our very bright student on the successful completion of their interdisciplinary master programs in international affairs and in development studies. This year, again, we have well over 90% of our students who made it on time and successfully. And I must say that it's very rejoicing because, as you might know, we have quite a competitive process of admitting new incoming students in the hope that all of them will be able to complete the program successfully. So the entry is difficult, but then we hope that we're to have a good success rate. And this year, with you, it's totally the case. So let me give you some information first, maybe with regard to your master thesis, because you have been spending the last semester working on your master thesis, then eagerly awaiting for the evaluation report and the grade. And I can tell you that you have done extremely well. The average grade for the master thesis is about 5.25. There are variations between disciplinary and interdisciplinary master programs, so I don't want to start a controversy now on why there are these variations. Some might say, is it hardworking or not hardworking students? Is it too harsh or not so harsh professors? But what I can tell you is that each and every program, we have an average which is above 5. So with that, I would like to give not only you, dear student, but also your parents and relatives a number of information about facts and figures. First, starting with student mobility. Actually, 59 of you were able to benefit from our international student exchange programs with a dense network of international academic partners across the globe. And by spending at least one semester abroad, these 59 of you have definitely contributed to increase the reputation of our students and the Graduate Institute internationally. Dear students, this graduation ceremony is a time indeed to celebrate success and to rejoice. But not only. It's also a time to think about the future, to commit and to engage. In a world which is, as you all know, ever more interconnected, but also increasingly fragmented and polarized, you are part of a generation of young professionals who have to embrace diversity, deal with complexity, and continuously adapt to rapid mutations. This requires an ability to combine academic excellence with a capacity to analyze and act on the social reality in all its complexity. And this, in turn, requires an ability for multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity, and it requires also an ability for cross-sector dialogue between academics, researchers, policymakers, and practitioners. We hope at the Graduate Institute that we have been able to contribute substantively to equipping you with the tools, the methods, the knowledge to face the challenges that lie ahead of you. Our ambition was and remains to prepare our students for policy-relevant work in very diverse environments. And a recent study indeed shows that since 2008, over 90% of our students have found a job 4 months after graduation. So this is good news. And I hope that you will contribute to increase this rate to 100%. Now, 37 of your forerunners, 37% of your forerunners joined the public sector, half of them actually in international organizations. 31% of them joined the non-profit sector, NGOs and think tanks in particular. The next most popular employer is the business sector, with about 22% of our young graduates joining notably multinational companies and consultancy firms. And last but not least, about 10% of our former graduates remained in academia, engaging in a PhD program, or continuing to conduct research in academic institutions. So, dear students, as I mentioned, the graduation ceremony is a time to celebrate, to reflect, to commit, but not only. It's also a time to thank. And I would like first to thank you, actually, because you have shown a remarkable level of commitment throughout your studies. You brought a lot of dynamism, nurturing the Institute's life over the last 2 years. You've also displayed much solidarity with each other. And time and again, I heard from you that one of the enriching part of your stay at the Graduate Institute has been encounters and building relationship and friendship with other students from a very diverse range of origins and ways of life. I'd like also to turn to your parents and loved ones, relatives and friends, because I notice in almost every master thesis that we have, in the acknowledgement, we see how important it is for our students to have the backing, the support, and the love and affection of their families and loved ones. And I'd like to thank your parents who have supported you, who have entrusted the Graduate Institute with a key and very serious educational mission, while enduring your absence, often a very, very long way from home. Today, you turn from students to alumni of the Graduate Institutes. It's my pleasure to welcome you in our alumni network. The Graduate Institute is and remains your home. We look forward to further exchanges, seeing you again and again in the years and decades to come. Before handing over back to our Master of Ceremony, Alexandra Gossens, I wish you every success for your future professional career. Congratulations again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and congratulations for the 2016 graduation ceremony. So my name is Alexandra. I'm very honored to be your MC today, and I will do my best. As this is the tradition in this institute, the ceremony will be held both in French and English. So I will now vous féliciter et bienvenue à tous et félicitations pour cette cérémonie de remise de diplôme. Félicitations! So as Professor Carbonnier already mentioned, I think that we wouldn't be here without the support of our families, of our friends, of our relatives, who really enabled us and are enabling us to really pursue our studies. So I think now he already thanked you, members of families, relatives, and friends, but I think we should really now give a round of applause to really thank all the members of families, friends, and relatives. Thank you very much for your support. J'aimerais également souhaiter, et nous souhaitons vraiment adresser aussi toutes nos pensées aux étudiants qui ont également reçu leur diplôme mais ne peuvent pas être présents à la cérémonie aujourd'hui physiquement, mais nous les félicitons et nous remercions aussi très chaleureusement les membres de leur famille. Voilà, donc on les félicite vraiment. So we are now going to proceed to the Interdisciplinary Master's graduation ceremony. But before that, I just would like to mention a logistical note to the students. So, dear students, once you hear your name, you can come to the stage, receive the diploma, stay for the picture, and then go this way up to the back of the auditorium, and you can go back to your seat. Okay. So with that, we are now going to proceed to the to the graduation ceremony of the Masters in International Affairs. Et je vais pour ce faire appeler maintenant le professeur Damien Neven qui va nous rejoindre sur scène pour donner les diplômes.
Vicente Avalos Barrio de Mendoza. Tatiana Belitska. Rina Baggy. Johanna Diane Boll. Stefan Brandchen. Rebecca Gisela Yasmin Bucherer. Isinsu Bulus. Rosanna Cantu. Maike Carstensen. Juan Martín Cava Quintero. Marguerite Louise Clary. Paul Fernando Coya Rios. Kaisha Maria Dahlberg. Stephen Dixon. Anne-Sophie Gabriela Galli. Flavia Maria Ganarin. Julia Grozny. Nadine Nathalie Grasse. Sina Evelyn Gigax. Kenneth Yanuzzi. Sarah Jackson. Camille Jeanne Leport. Wei Li Liang. Jia Liu. Ling Lu. Mohamed Adel Abdelrahman Mehni. Doris Niwagira Nuere. Sofia Omelchenko. Andielka Pantovic. Julianne Emily Piper. Alice Repetti. Elsa Romero Moreno. Nicholas Ross. Amal Sadozai. Marina Sakai. Diego Humberto Soto da Saldias. Nadia Anastasia Souza Estrella. Corinne Tomen. Megok Han Thi Tran. David Westenfelder. Tian Tiang Xiang.
Congratulations to all the graduates of the Masters in International Affairs. Congratulations! Encore toutes nos félicitations. Nous allons maintenant procéder à la remise des diplômes des étudiants de master en études du développement. The Masters of Development Studies. Congratulations!
Riley Christine Axe. Elsie Melissa Aguirre Delgado. Ellen Cecilia Anderson. Bazin Ayan. Carrie Lee Bauman. Craig Bearink. Danisa Blazer. Tina Kadef. Giulio Casagrande, tango. Herb Conan Gehaldo. Jerome Patrick Cruz. Jana Eke. Evelyn Ferraris. Chloé Godon. Vanessa Gomez Sampaio. Corinne Franziska Gressler. Anja Marina Grobe. Hani Sulasri Hamid. Matisse Hennings. Nicole Hepler. Simona Hermeliova. Mariana Hernandez Hedia. Daiki Hidaka. Florence Hildebrand. Geneviève Animata Hill. Nathalie Adib Humzi. Dehun Huang. Hella Jafar. Victoria Yolanda Zhongcheng. Aleka Kessler. Seong Gyeong Kim. Benjamin Ernst Klein. Morgan Klein. Min Kong Lee. Wei Li. Stefan Lügenstenmann. Eliane Lisa Matti. Marceline Lou Morel Journel. Monika Niefeler. Alexander Lefteris Papadovasilikis. Veronica Pedroni. Milena Angela Pellegrini. Laura Pernin. Luca Vierter. Luciana Ribeiro Fadon Vicente. Karen Auxiliadora Roman Illanes. Vanilla Rudrabata. Pilar Rukavina de Vidovgrad. Moe Saito. Allegra Ansari. Stella Schaller. Adina Segura Lozap. Malika Sopti. Marianne May Solangon. Kelly Stetter. Laura Marguerite Stocker. Diletta Taliano. Rishav Kumar Thakur. Corey Elizabeth Bentris-Fake. Lee Chung-Soo. Jimin Yu. Elena Zeglova. And Sofia Margarita Zisla Kopi.
Congratulations to all the Masters in Development Studies. And indeed, once again, congratulations to all the interdisciplinary master students. Congratulations! Encore félicitations à tous. Nous allons maintenant procéder à la remise du prix Arditi en relations internationales. Et j'invite maintenant M. Burin et M. Arditi, président de la Fondation Arditi, à monter sur scène pour remettre le prix.
Vous avez remarqué le plaisir des étudiants en recevant leur diplôme. Vous avez remarqué aussi leur scepticisme. Ils voulaient voir le diplôme, ne se contentaient pas de l'enveloppe. Et vous avez vu également que le professeur Neven a acquis une dextérité dans le retournement qui va peut-être nous conduire quand même à modifier la façon dont nous présentons le diplôme l'année prochaine. Depuis près d'un quart de siècle, nous décernons chaque année un prix qui récompense le meilleur travail de mémoire en relations internationales. Et ce prix porte le nom de Metin Arditi, que j'ai le grand plaisir d'inviter à me rejoindre, puisque nous avons le privilège cette année d'avoir parmi nous notre donateur, et que j'aimerais lui dire, sans lui donner de prix, quelques mots de remerciement particuliers. S'il vous plaît, cher Metin. J'en profite pour vous présenter quelqu'un qui est pour moi un objet d'admiration depuis très longtemps et qui est une sorte d'incarnation de l'homme cultivé que le XVIIIe siècle appelait de ses voeux, une formation en physique et en génie atomique, une carrière d'homme d'affaires très réussie, un romancier, auteur d'une quinzaine, le suivant sort et obtiendra peut-être un prix prestigieux français cet automne, un ami des arts, musicien vous-même, un peu, voilà, et un grand mécène qui soutient beaucoup d'œuvres culturelles et artistiques à Genève et dans le monde, notamment l'Orchestre de la Suisse romande et notre modeste institut. Donc j'en profite, cher Metin, pour vous dire un très grand merci pour votre soutien. Merci. Puisqu'il est avec nous, je vais peut-être lui demander ce qui l'a conduit à créer ce prix en relations internationales.
Alors, en deux mots, depuis 1988, c'est-à-dire bientôt 30 ans, les objectifs qui étaient les miens lorsque j'ai créé la Fondation n'ont pratiquement pas bougé. Ils étaient au nombre de 3. Le premier était et est toujours de récompenser l'excellence. Comment la définir ? Eh bien, de façon très simple, en recherchant là où la rigueur retrouve la créativité. Nous avons remarqué qu'il y a très souvent des travaux rigoureux au niveau des masters, à l'époque c'était au niveau des licences ou des doctorats. Il y a souvent des travaux créatifs, il y a beaucoup plus rarement des travaux qui sont à la fois rigoureux et créatifs. C'est la marque de la Fondation, c'est bien entendu le cas cette année, et c'était notre premier objectif. Le deuxième objectif était et est toujours de rappeler à nos lauréats leur responsabilité et leur devoir à l'égard de la société, leur devoir de partager. La devise de la fondation, en grec ancien, je la dois au grand professeur de grec ancien qui était Olivier Reverdin, qui lui-même s'est inspiré de Platon. Elle dit « Eios theon epichiri », c'est-à-dire en substance, si tu peux, tu dois. Si quelqu'un a un grand talent, il a une obligation morale de le partager avec la société qui lui a permis d'éclore ce talent. Ça, c'est le deuxième objectif. Et puis le troisième objectif, pour répondre plus directement au professeur Burin, était que chacun des prix, le travail d'attribution de chacun des prix devait être un instant de grand plaisir. Et chacun des prix est porté par une personne et au départ, chaque prix a été créé pour une personne en particulier. Le prix en histoire pour Jean-Claude Favé, qui est un très grand historien et recteur de l'université. Le prix en droit pour Charles-André Junot, qui est toujours un très grand juriste, ancien doyen de la faculté. Le prix en éthique, bien entendu, pour Jeanne Hersch. Du reste, c'est le seul de nos prix qui porte notre nom, que le mien, c'est le prix Jeanne Hersch. Et le prix, donc on en a une quinzaine, quant au prix en relations internationales, qui est aujourd'hui porté par le professeur Niva. Il a été créé à l'époque pour une personne pour laquelle j'avais à la fois une très grande estime et une grande gratitude pour l'amitié qu'elle me portait, qui est M. Pierre Keller, dont Philippe vous avez parlé tout à l'heure. Et c'est ainsi qu'est né le prix en relations internationales. Voilà.
Merci. L'âge aidant, je vais sortir mes lunettes pour vous dire que le jury du prix Arditi, présidé par Georges Niva, comme vient de le dire Métine Arditi, a récompensé le travail de mémoire de Madame Indra Tevo, que j'invite à nous rejoindre. Son mémoire en histoire internationale est intitulé A Mural of History and Memory, Exploring El Salvador's Civil War, Sites of Memory and Memoria Historica. Félicitations. Excellent. Je peux appeler Madame...
Non, pas tout de suite. Félicitations encore. Avant de donner la parole aux personnes qui vont suivre, et notamment aux représentants de l'association des étudiants, Andrés Dosreyes, j'aimerais, et je vais reprendre en anglais car j'ai une citation en anglais que j'aimerais maintenant vous donner. I would like to take once again this opportunity to congratulate you all. Really, congratulations once again. And I would like to take this opportunity also to really encourage us to always ask ourselves, for what purpose are we studying? So I think that we really are studying because so that we can, and it actually also goes back to what Mr. Arditi said, but I think so that we can really provide a meaningful contribution to society and to this world that is facing many challenges indeed. So to conclude, I would like to give you a quote that I really like from Daisaku Ikeda, a great Buddhist philosopher. And he said, "No matter how complex global challenges may seem, we must remember that it is we ourselves who have given rise to them. It is therefore impossible that they are beyond our power as human beings to resolve. Returning to our humanity, reforming and opening up the inner capacities of our lives can enable reform and empowerment on a global scale. On that note, I give now the floor to André Dos Reis, former president of the Student Association GISA, and congratulations to you all once again.
Hi, everybody. I'm a bit nervous, but I think you'll be fine. I don't dance so well as Vanessa because I'm from São Paulo, not Rio, but... So, I have 3 minutes to talk with you. So my speech will be more like a Twitter thing than proper speech, because I cannot spend too much in 3 minutes. But I would like to share with you the experience I had 1 year president of GISA, serving you and dealing with administration, and what I came to realize with this 1 year. And I think what my fellow colleagues of GISA came to realize too. And I say really thank you, really thank you, Vanessa, and really thank you, Malika, that are with you today. You really helped me, and I don't know if I could make it without you. I would like to say that I think now that you are going back to the real world, I will call, you need to keep a critical but a positive approach to life. And critical means that it's our duty, and I think it's why you are studying, to challenge relation of power, to challenge and to naturalize what's naturalized unfairness. You cannot accept unfair as the given. You have to challenge it. You have to try to make it harder and harder to change. And I think you tried last year that. And then comes the second issue. You have to be positive. Because no matter how much you try, life is tough. Things take time to change, or things never change, maybe. And then you work hard, you try hard, and you look at yourself in the mirror and say, why I'm doing that to this to me? Why I'm trying harder to change things when things don't seem to change? But I think that's the way you have to be positive. Because when you are positive, you keep working in what you believe. And that's the meaning of being positive, not being naive. You should believe what you are working. Because if you can make the rock to move just 10 centimeters, or just 1 centimeter at a time, next generation will move again, and once we'll see change. And that's, I think, my message I would like to give to you today. When you go out of this room, when you're going to celebrate today in a very good party, I hope, tomorrow will be the day that you are starting to build up again your lives. And life will be not easy with you. But if you really work with hard, if you really believe what you're doing, I think at the end of the day, you at least you look at yourself in the mirror and say, I did my best, and that's the important thing. As a final note, because my minutes are running out, I'd like to thank you, every single of you, because I learned a lot from you. I saw you 2 years here, coming here, and I think I learned a lot from you, and I feel sadness sometimes now you are leaving. Because I think among you, I found one of my best friends I ever had. So thank you so much.
Merci au président sortant du GISA qui nous a accompagnés pendant les 2 dernières années de manière très constructive et à qui je souhaite une très bonne continuation dans ses études de doctorat dans cette maison. J'aimerais passer la parole pour la dernière intervention de cette cérémonie de remise des diplômes à une ancienne étudiante. La personne qui devait nous parler aujourd'hui, Frédéric Santerre, membre du comité de l'association des anciens étudiants, a été empêché de nous rejoindre et Et grâce à la disponibilité presque instantanée de Madame Emmanuelle Werner-Gillot, nous avons la chance de pouvoir faire le lien entre cette cérémonie des diplômes qui récompense votre travail et votre entrée dans ce monde des anciens étudiants. Madame, merci.
Okay. Hello. Dear graduates, and as of this afternoon, alumni of the Graduate Institute. I'm very, very pleased to be here today for such a special ceremony. I have to say that back in 2000, when I graduated, I'm an old alumni, we were invited to come to Villa Barton to check if our name was on the list, and for the happy ones, there was a small aperitif, and that was it. So I have to say that I am totally amazed by this ceremony, and this is really quite something. From my time at the Graduate Institute, many things have changed. Okay, again, many things have changed. But I have to say the spirit of the Graduate Institute has remained the same. And for me, it's really a window which is wide open on the world. So if you allow me, I would like to tell you a few words about my personal trajectory and the role that the Graduate Institute has played along the way. So back in 2000, I had my diploma in my pockets, and I had millions of ideas in my head and dreams, and I first decided to go to Guatemala to work as a volunteer with street kids. Child protection was very close to my heart, and this is what I wanted to do. So needless to say that this first experience in the field was amazing, and it really gave me a lot of insights that are still very much useful in my work today. When I stayed about 2 years in Guatemala, and when I came back to Geneva, I called Karine Le Bonvin, and I told her, Karine, I need to find a job. So she put me in touch with someone who was at the time launching the Geneva office of Human Rights Watch, which is, as you know, one of the biggest human rights NGOs in the world. This person was on her own, and she needed someone to help her to develop the activities of the office, which were mainly at the time advocacy at the UN. So the office started as a two-people's office, and it is now a major actor in the field of human rights in Geneva. And this, of course, was quite an experience. Human Rights Watch is also very close to my heart because this is where I met my husband, who was at the time a student at the Graduate Institute. And Karine, again, had invited me to present at the Careers Forum Connection. So I came and I made a presentation about Human Rights Watch and our work and our need for interns. And I saw this guy coming to me at the end, and he handed me over his resume because he wanted to apply for an internship. And I swear I was not interested at the time. This is really true. So he started as an intern, and because we were a very small team, at some point the director left and a new director came, and this person left, and after a year this director left again, and Sebastian took over as director ad interim, and that's when I decided to marry him. So after 5 years working for Human Rights Watch, Sebastian and I, we really wanted to hit the road again and to work abroad. So we tried to find some jobs. We didn't succeed. And we decided, without jobs, to head to Cambodia with a baby under one arm and a dog under the other arm. In Cambodia, I joined a social enterprise which is called Friends International. And it's a social enterprise that is working with vulnerable children and their families. And it's really an interesting model because it is replacing the traditional charity model by a new model that combines the best of the world of the NGOs, the social work of the NGOs, and the best of the business world. So this was, of course, a fascinating time, and I did learn a lot through these new approaches. We stayed 2 years in Cambodia, and then we took off for Beijing because Sebastian got a job at the Swiss Embassy as a human rights advisor. And I have to say that first I was not very enthusiastic about going to China. China for me meant the big unknown. It meant, alien. But I have to say that I remembered during my studies at the Graduate Institute a professor, which I think you know well, Professor Xiang, who was giving a class on contemporary history of China. And this was a class, I think it was my favorite class at the time. It's a course I've always remembered, and I remember very clearly when Professor Xiang was telling us about his real-life experiences and the time, during the Cultural Revolution when he was sent to work in labor camps and other, and other personal experiences. So again, the Graduate Institute played an important role at the time because the teaching I got from Professor Xiang were an incredible introduction to this country, to its people, and it allowed me to live an experience with a real hunger for learning and a desire to take with me as much as possible. At the end, eventually, I loved China. I loved my time there, and I loved it so much that I had to write a book about it, a book that was published last year. So, we spent 3 years in China. We had our second child there, our made in China baby, and we came back to Geneva in 2013. And this time, I did not call Karine. I was like, okay, you're old enough to try to find a way yourself, because I was looking again for a job. And I decided to open the Swiss office of Friends International, the social enterprise I was working with in Cambodia. So I started alone in 2014, and now it's a 2-staff office. And what's funny is that, again, everything seems to get me back to the Graduate Institute because my new colleague was at the exact same place as you are a year ago. And Sebastian now is working at the UN, the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So just a few final words to tell you that you are now embarking on a fascinating journey with the best diploma, a diploma that allows you to go from one sector, the private sector, to the NGO world, to the public world. So my message to you is be curious, be thirsty, take risks, don't be afraid to fall and make mistakes. This is all part of the journey, but be confident that eventually everything will fall into place, and be humble too. And finally, our journey with Sebastian has not been a quiet ride. It has been quite bumpy and rocky sometimes, but we loved every moment of it, and I hope you will love your journey too. Thank you.
Voilà, nous arrivons à la fin de cette cérémonie. J'aimerais que nous applaudissions tous Alexandra Gossens pour le magnifique rôle qu'elle a tenu. J'aimerais vous remercier tous pour avoir répondu à notre invitation et pour avoir accompagné nos étudiants. Je dis à nos diplômés, bonne chance. Cette maison vous reste ouverte pour toujours et nous comptons sur vous comme anciens étudiants pour que vous nous aidiez à porter le drapeau toujours plus haut et pour amener des étudiants toujours plus ouverts, curieux, talentueux vers nous. Un apéritif vous attend en dessus, donc je vous souhaite une excellente fin de journée. Merci.